Okay, so yeah, we're live over on YouTube. Let's see. So yeah, that part, meh. So deep email validator here. When we look at the contents of the library, it becomes really obvious why this was timing out. It's an async function that goes through. If options.validate regex, cool, we check that, which is a synchronous operation. If validate typo, we await check typo, which is synchronous as far as this function's context is concerned, right? We're waiting until it's done. If validate disposable, then we wait for that. So all of these things are happening in serial rather than in parallel. Now, it does give you the benefit of bailing out early if you fail the regex check first. But if you get all the way to validating the MX record, you have gone through every single step in serial, when instead, you could parallelize it. So that's all we ended up doing. I created the function below that has to actually explicitly say false for these things because they default to true. And then I just do a timed validate of each one on the one thing they should do, and I do those in parallel, and it happens in like 2 seconds instead of timing out at 10. Yeah. Yeah, the entire problem is that they're not in parallel. By doing one at a time in parallel as a promise all, we actually make the whole thing work. So a refactor of this would probably not be too hard. Right? A couple of these actually require that validate MX and validate SMTP are both set, which gets weird. So that should probably throw an error at some point. But I'm not sure it's worth actually forking this, because we got around it, right? It is probably not important for us to fork this and submit it, because I don't even know if it would get merged. What we'd end up wanting to do is create a second function called like validate parallel. But then we'd have to actually like merge our error output as well. We'd have to actually probably fork the create output function. Yeah, so I think forking this would be a little bit more work than necessary. I'm going to throw it onto the Trello board instead. Okay, Insomnia, you are getting really annoying. We are closing you now. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Hey, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. How do they actually measure used by? Hey, Vexilla's in there now. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, and we're the biggest library to use it in a while. Hell yeah. All right, so automated version updates. I don't think we need that yet. We want automated publishing at some point. But I think automated version updating is extra. And yeah, so we created the Kotlin SDK. We're going to call that done. Let's double check a few things. I think an org level README would be good. And that reminds me, yeah, so for publishing these, we got to make sure that our README building is actually ready. So we've got a CLI tool for that. No, we've got a script for that. So it's not even a package. It's build client READMEs right here. Right, so ignore old client libraries for now. Yeah, let's try and run it and see what happens. Let's see if it still works. We haven't updated any of the readmes, so we're going to have to go do that here in a minute. Let's see what we get. We probably need better reporting within the script of which README is getting built when. Starting README for dir entry, sure. Oh. Dot name, I think, would just be the name. But yeah, what monitor do you have there, the bread? Oh, and that's right. Yeah, so we did it like this. We could actually make it not synchronous if we wanted. There's a better way to read this directory. But I think it works. I think it's fine. This is parsed template. For the most part, yeah. They'll either be callback-based or promise-based. Typically, the promise-based ones are often under like a different namespace. So it might be like fs/promises instead of just fs. All right, so then here, this would be output readme for sure. And it's still going, which is not good. Looks like nothing got modified. So let's see where this is getting to and what's actually going on. Oh. Yeah. Duplicating that line's a little annoying, but whatever. Okay, cool. So it looks like we don't have a readme.toml for clients there because I messed something up. Hold on. So we got path right there. Yep. We just got to do the same thing right here. Hey. So yeah, the Kotlin doesn't have a readme.toml now. All the others worked. All right, so Kotlin, fix me. Yeah, so what we end up needing to do is just align some of these snippets. And we could actually grab them from our testing. And yeah, I think we're going to end up needing to update all of the TOML files, right? That's probably essential before we actually try and publish this stuff. Let's pour some water. Yeah, so that's going to be different. Let's go look at how that's going to work. Let me do this. Let's close everything but this file. I think we have Kotlin turned off right now. Let's go turn it on. There we go. Oh. So here's one thing that we probably want to do too. This readme.mustache file needs some work. So language display name, sure. This is the client library for Vexilla, static file-based VCS native feature flag system. So we did put some work into that. To get started is easy. Let's add some fluff to it. Sure. Install instructions. Yep, that's a separate thing. You'll need to create a client within your app. This optionally takes in the custom instance hash for use with gradual rollout. As well as selected features. Ooh. I'm not sure this is entirely accurate anymore. Generating types. Ooh, optional. I'm going to want to make sure that actually works at some point. But, yeah, let me add it to the backlog. Release types CLI tool, or release CLI tool via install script like Go Downloader. Right? So we could release it using PKG, which allows you to bundle your NPM scripts as a binary. So people could install that via Go Downloader. I think that's a good idea. Let me rename this, though. Thank you for the follow, C3 Raptor. What you up to? I think it's an SDKs thing. Right, and we already have this kind of pointed out, which is nice, but we haven't done it. So that's the tricky part there. Oh, and yeah, it'll take an install path. We've got that on Git Machine, right? Nope. No, not Git Machine Learning. Oh, and yeah, getting it from releases seems trickier. And hey, what's up, Shy? How you doing? All right, so then usage snippet, full example, what are feature flags, learn more. How does it work? The API is where we describe the methods and arguments. How do you get support? Is that the right Discord link? It is. Nice. Let's just double check. All right, so, yep. GBJU3D93TC. Yeah, cool. So we at least did that. Yep, we've updated that a little bit. Sponsors, right? Probably need a way to reach out. Using Vexilla in production. We would love to add your company's logo to our usage section on the website. please submit your name and logo URL in this issue, right? We don't have it yet. All right, so github.com Vexilla / issues. And let's just go make it right now. All right, so yeah, let's go back to issues. Let's tag a few of these. I'd say it's an enhancement, right? I'll just leave it as help wanted. And we can create some custom labels too. This one is question, right? This is a documentation issue. I can see that. That's a good first issue, I think. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone wants to tackle that, feel free. So now let's actually create the issue we were thinking about here, and that is... All right, so it's issue number 25. All right, so I'd say that's not bad. We can update our license. Why not? Technically, it is not business source licensed, though. That's a bit long. Hold on. Are we doing it in the main README? Or do we just link to the license file? Yeah, we just link to the license file. Okay, so this is going to be, we're in a client file, then we go up to the clients folder, then we go up one more time to the top level. Oh, and it's just license, right? Yeah. All right, so we do that. And I think we're good there. Cool. All right, so back to usage here. I think I want to move generate types down. Which means I probably need to update this to a top level thing. Cool. All right, so now the next bit. So install instructions, setup, usage, boom. This part's not always the truth. So that might actually be part of the setup snippet. I'm trying to think of like the best place for... I want to call out the usage of callbacks rather than making the decision about your HTTP client for you. Important note. All methods that make HTTP requests take in a callback for the request itself. This allows you to use your existing dependencies or standard library methods to keep this bundle smaller and less opinionated. There we go. Bam. I like that. So part of our setup snippet would be creating the HTTP client, right? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Ah, and yeah, so we need the sync manifest stuff as well. I'm gonna grab this whole chunk and we'll just refactor. We're going to do the full word. Environment. Cal, totally a different thing. Here we go. All right, so we'll do something like that. Ooh, and yeah, so what are the names of these functions? So this is just sync flags. Right, so custom instance ID, I think makes more sense. But what do we actually call it in the client? Right, so instance ID is something we pass in automatically. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, in the Kotlin, it's just instance ID. Should is just called should. Feature name, we'll just throw in there. Yeah, I like that too. Right, should show feature or something like that. I'm not sure the full example here is actually worth it. And then it's something like this. If should show feature. Show the feature. Yeah, I think the full example is less useful. Oh, yeah. But doing the API stuff, that's going to change quite a bit. Yeah, so we're going to end up going through basically... Yeah, this is a little bit heavier of it. And yeah, I know, the docs part of this isn't really that exciting. But it's essential. We kind of need to do it. And the API shouldn't change often enough for this to be too heavy. Yeah, so that's how we would end up annotating those. That's not even the right place for this, though. So yeah, with the way the Kotlin works, we have a constructor rather than a new function, like the Rust would have. Jesus. Yeah, really slow recruiting department. I finally heard back from the company that had ghosted me. We're talking a 14-day ghosting. Right? Right? And I'm talking business days. They did finally get back, though. A week after I sent the email checking in on status. They finally got back, but damn, like, I reached out last Wednesday. They're just now getting back to me this Wednesday. Very rude. Right? And when I reached out last Wednesday, it had already been over a week since the last communication. No, no. I'm not trying to drum anyone up or tell who it is, but man. All they needed to do was be like, hey, we're still evaluating other candidates. Right? Just a single email in a 14 business day period. But whatever. I know, right? How dare I expect them to have a little bit of respect for people's time? All right, so yeah, what's the right way to annotate a Kotlin class instantiation? Right? Do we see any other ideas? Let's go look at Kotlin libraries. Kotlin, JSON, Kotlin X. Yeah, let's go look at their stuff. That's right. Yeah, we'd probably want to make sure that we actually have deeper setup instructions for installation. But where do we see their API documentation? Full API reference. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, so hold on. Let me look at my code here real quick. So we're doing it as a set of arguments. We don't see any of their classes taking in those arguments. Yeah, I'm just trying to find like a standard version of annotating arguments to a class. Okay. So I guess realistically it's just a function, right, of the name of the thing. Get manifest, set manifest, sync manifest. Right, so it's something like that. Okay, yeah, that works. So then the arguments are these. We're gonna... I almost want to leave show logs hidden for now. Yeah, showing of logs is a separate thing that we'll implement later. All right, so this is base URL, environment, instance ID. All of these are just string. And yeah, we basically just want to go through this whole process. A lot of the descriptions are going to stay the same. So at some point we may consider more specific templating for less duplication. Yeah, okay. So fun get manifest. What are the arguments passed to get manifest? And yeah, we probably want to do the suspend as well. Ooh, and it's a colon instead of that. All right, so we got a little bit of fixing for that. What's up, Bob? How you doing? All right, so the arguments to it, right? Fetch, which is this, and that's the only argument. If you just do song, you can get a link. Pretty much all the time. There might be cases where it's not the case, but, you know, that's rare. Okay, so, yep. So let's keep going through it. All right, so then for getting the flags, that's a slightly different thing. Wrong thing. Whoops. Yes, this is actually smoothing up pretty easy. All right, so then, yeah, group namer ID, fetch. Yeah, and we're getting into a flow now. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? All right, and then this right here is instance ID. An instance ID other than, hold on, we need optional in there. Cool. So yeah, should custom string actually doesn't end up existing here anymore. All right, cool. So we get that massively replaced. Instance ID string. We probably just want to replace all of that. Ooh, right. That's only ever going to be in one place. And what is the type for it? So it should custom int. And it's just int. Perfect. And I forgot to grab this. Oh, but yes, not optional. We're missing one long value, though. So hold on, let's keep looking. So we see should custom int. After should custom int comes should custom long. Should custom float. And then it's should custom double after that, right? Let's pour some more water. What time is it? 2? Yeah, we got time. So yeah. Int long, float double. We got those. So now it's value. Technically, I think selective comes after this. Nope, we do value first. So yeah, there's going to be value string, value int, and value long, value float, value double. So this gets a little boilerplatey. And you may be wondering, why am I doing this rather than using like default documentation generation tools per language? Because I want some consistency between them. And whoa, Adam, Mr. Sir. What's up, Omar? Is YouTube's just really quiet? Yeah, I think YouTube was just really quiet. That was my bad. Hey, so yeah, everyone, welcome. How y'all doing? What were you up to today, Adam? Yeah, what were you doing? Code jamming. So, when you say code jamming, like for a code jam, like make an app within X amount of time kind of thing? Oh, this is your code jam, right? Yeah, is there like a page? Yeah. Kitbog is awesome. I like all his voices. That's got to be the most fun part for him, right? Start your game, break stuff when you say something. Is for your code jam. Nice. Yeah, so there's the link. Perfect. I'm guessing it's officially started. Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing something very similar. I want to do a clip that, just say it here to stream and have it like, you know, go and actually like create a clip from the last however much amount of time. Yeah, sorry, Switchy. It's not a fun thing to chat about. It's happened too much. You are number 519. No, it's fine. It's fine. It just, we get it so much that it's just not that fun of a conversation anymore. So, starting on February 7th, that's today. Improving my life. Yeah, if I can get something to clip my stream for me just by saying something out loud, that'd be pretty good, right? Oh, cat to the vet. Hopefully they're all right. And yeah, get some food. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I really appreciate you. Yeah, for sure. So, for everyone jumping into stream, the big thing we're doing right now for my project is we're doing some docs. Because I want to actually release out what we're doing to the various platforms. So let me explain what we're making. And let me do a command. Wait, what are you talking about, Plebeian? talking about what am I documenting? Is that what you're meaning? Okay, gotcha. I think he did, but I don't know where the source code lives. And I'm going to be doing it with a very specific library as part of, like, basically a job interview. But yeah, you're right, Busta. Yeah, Rox totally made something like that. Not sure where the source code is, but I could make one. Oh. Hold on. There you go. You're added to regulars. He had it at clip that live or something. Yeah, but if the source code wasn't open, right, then who cares? Supported only in Chrome? Yeah, I don't think I want to make it only Chrome-based. I think any browser should work. So yeah, he's tying into Chrome's like text, voice to text, whereas I have some libraries I'd want to use instead. So it's slightly different, even if we had the source code. Regulars just means you can post links. So anyway, let me get back into what we're doing today. This is a tool called Vexilla. It's for static file-based feature flagging, which is pretty cool. I have written SDKs in something like 7 or 8 languages. I forget the exact number. But those SDKs consume the static file remotely and let you use that, you know, data within your application, whatever it's written in. We support 8 languages so far. We have done a major rewrite, so we've got a bunch of them published under the version 0.x. We're actually trying to do our 1.x with our new schema, and we need to release these things out. So the part we're working on right now is building out the README for this. Now the interesting part about how we're doing that README is we're taking a TOML file, which defines some of these like properties or variables that we would inject into a mustache template. So all of our SDKs will have a bunch of similar content, such as what it is, how it works, table of contents, things like that. And then individually within some of these sections, things will be unique to each language. So that's where install instructions here would get plugged in from whatever language we built the SDK for. So it's basically a way to make sure that I am keeping my SDKs all somewhat together, right? Somewhat consistent among them, but also allowing them to have unique snippets for examples and things like that. So we've got a script that jams that all together. We've written that already, but we realized as we were building that, oh my god, the Kotlin one didn't have a TOML file. So we're working on that TOML file right now. We're going to need to go through and update some of the other TOML files probably, because I think some of them are out of date. But yeah, this is kind of part of the fun. So real quick, we got some more follows. Kurdo, Plebeian, Raven, Nefron, Beepo, Dr. Fly, and I crashed my bike. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. What are y'all up to today? Anything fun? But yeah, I would say check out the site. The app needs some work still. I think we found a bug, so even trying to demo it right now would be a bad idea. But yeah, this is a large-ish project that I think is still useful because it's massively cheaper than any other static or any other feature flag tool out there. And next door, Nate, you're digging deeper into Cloudflare superclouds. That means D1, KV, and workers. What is D1 again? Is that their storage? No, it's the database. Okay. Cool. Watching while working? Nice. You think I'm getting bot rated, Pravan? No, we got a raid from Adam, who got a raid from Kit Boga. Lysis, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There are people that bot their viewership just to like boost their numbers. It never works, and it's really easy to tell. There's even an extension you can install to see what percentage of viewers are legitimate. It's often when you see high viewership with that low ratio, it's because their stream is like live on some website that gets a lot of traffic, which is a way of kind of like boosting those numbers and botting it. But it's, you know, not that valuable. Is Boga a bot? Depends on your definition of bot. Interesting, Bob. So Strappy is not a CMS. Strappy is actually like an API framework. It's more full-featured than that. Yeah, it's more like an API framework with a UI. Right? Almost like AppWrite. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Really appreciate this. Man, yeah, huge raid. Thanks, Kit Boga. Thanks, Adam. You guys are the best. So, continuing what we're doing right now, we need to finish filling out the methods inside of our API documentation here. Yeah, I think their branding is wrong. It's just probably easier to sell to people if they brand it that way. Grumple Stiltskin. Ooh, I like that name. We've got someone else whose name starts with Rumple, and then it gets a little crude. Missing some kind of Linux tag? Because I'm on Mac OS, which is BSD based, which is not Linux. Is what it is. But yeah, how's everyone else out there? I'd love to hear more about what y'all are up to. I think music is actually super loud over on YouTube. Let me turn it back down a bit. Why Mac? Why not? Oh, nice, Prevan. Yeah, Leo Stera was here earlier. He's awesome. Is he making websites? Nice. Yeah, none of those things are as bad as you care about, plebeian. Really, like, caring that much about what your dev machine runs is ridiculous. If you need to be closer to what you're deploying to, just use Docker or a virtual machine. Boom, done. Who cares? The speed of a Docker machine or virtual machine is not going to matter that much. And then you get functionality and compatibility as much as you want. The only thing to care about is price. Mac Minis are actually pretty reasonable for what they offer. Exactly, Musco. For sure. So Trackspad, we are working on a static file-based feature flag tool. The main reason to pick Vexilla is price. So yeah, Plebeian, you do video editing and inference for work. Yeah, and at that point, a Mac is actually a really good tool. All right, just for, you know, software support. But if you don't know you need it, then you don't need it, so who cares? It's really just not a fun conversation. Use whatever you got, deal with it, and be happy about it. If you're on Windows, that's fine. You can still use virtual machines. It's okay. Caring about your operating system that much is almost akin to caring about the type of engine that's in your car. In many cases, you just need to get from point A to point B. Right? Like, come on. That's also ridiculous. As long as the battery isn't behind the front wheel? Is that a reference I'm not getting? And real quick, so Trackspad and Zooted, thank y'all for the follows. So yeah, real quick, the main reason for static file-based feature flags over some service is really price, because price does matter sometimes. So if we were to look at Launch Darkly, right, let's look at their pricing. $8 per seat per month. Do you realize how many users you'd have to serve for $8 to be spent on your S3 budget? That's a lot. And here's my question, right? Client-side MAUs, this is monthly active users. You can only have 1,000 client-side monthly active users for $10 a month, or $8.33 or whatever. $10K for the $16 plan, right? This becomes unreasonable really fast. And it's based upon how many developers you have, not even your usage. So instead, most companies would benefit from something that is purely usage-based, such as Amazon S3. So yeah, really, like, cost is a major factor when considering feature flagging, in my opinion. One really interesting aspect of static file-based feature flagging is that you can actually have it on your internal network. It doesn't even have to be exposed to the greater internet. So you can do internal tooling in which you can still have the robustness of feature flagging, which is cool. I'm sorry. We just don't take kindly to the tabs comments. You're number 520. At what point would you have drawn a line? A while back, right? You're already number 3 or 4 that have said it in the past 20 minutes, you know? Got to draw the line somewhere. All right, so real quick. Thank you. It's actually less impressive. Everything from here to the left is just the archive. All right, there's enough people here that explaining the archive probably makes sense. Tree style tabs? You mean like tab groups, etc.? And again, Nefron. I could probably disable that bot for a bit, but it is such a boring conversation to keep having over and over and over again. The main reason I keep the archive is because the moment you bookmark something, it's gone forever. Right? The moment you bookmark it, it's out of sight, out of mind, and most likely becomes really stale really quick. And you actually go through and prune your bookmarks? Nobody does. Nobody prunes their bookmarks. Pruning tabs is actually something we do from time to time. I should probably make it like a channel point request. Right? 100,000 channel points, go through and prune tabs. Go through X amount of the list. I'm sorry, you guys are getting hit by the Nightbot thing. Maybe just say some other word. Yeah, other people have been having their messages deleted too, Mr. Slip. That's why I'm explaining and pointing out the count. People just don't seem to get it. There you go, Cyber. Really, plebeian? Because the bot auto-timed you out because you keep using a banned word? Really? Maybe I should have left the timeout? It's an automated bot, man. You got hit by it because you can't seem to understand that it doesn't like the tabs comments. Thank you, Cyber Demon. Aw. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the sub. There you go, Trisket. Right? Just be more creative. Be way more creative than plebeian. Right? Call them browser sub-windows if you have to. There you go, Grumple. Yeah, it should probably be strawberry flavored, though. Right? Yeah, Grumple, it should definitely be strawberry flavored. Yeah, exactly, End is near. But yeah, what's up, Cassadev? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Just chilling. But yeah, we need to get back to working on some of these docs. Ooh, Grumple. Yeah, you probably should have said what's the most common key to remap as a software developer. Oh, that would be caps lock, actually. Never mind. What's the most common key to remap as a gamer? There you go. All right, so yeah, we are working on some of our documentation stuff here. So value int we just did. We need to make a long version of this too. Oh, I guess I was meaning like keyboard keys. But you're right there, Dragon. You're right. You're right. I can't seem to find those buttons on this thing. Oh, I like how those are suspicious and they just don't even show up. Perfect. All right, so value int. Wait, did I do two of them? All right, no, we're good. So value int here is then value long. Oop. We got rated by Adam135, or sorry, Adam Learns Live, who was rated by Kit Boga. Ooh, yeah, exactly, Grumple. Switching desktops is super good with it. Right? Like, just so easy. Oh, and Kit Boga was rated by Pirate Software. Oh, cool. Nice. Oh, that's a really good raid chain right there. I'm happy to be a part of it. If we look at the top, I've got 5, but 3 of them are empty right now. Oh, that one's pretty good. Cigar? No, not having a cigar right now. Oh, no, it's happened before, Bob. We've been rated by Prime. We've been rated by a bunch of people. Yeah, the raids are great. And it's really the best way to, like, introduce yourself to other people in the community, too. Right? As a streamer. So sometimes you're the big one. Sometimes you're the small one. But, you know, supporting the community is totally worthwhile. What was I gonna say though? Oh, and yeah. So, especially about the trackpad, I think it's nice to use a trackpad during the day And then at night, right, when gaming, you're probably using a mouse. So it's nice to just like have something different so you're not repetitive, you know, RSI, like repetitive stress in that same position all day, right? Forces you to do like movements slightly differently. So I think that's also incredibly valuable. If you're a gamer at all, using a different type of input device during your dev is probably worthwhile. What was the one, the machine gun fire? That's Teddy Roosevelt. I don't know, it's just ridiculous. I think I've got another one of Abraham Lincoln riding a bear. That one's pretty good. Yeah, gaming on a trackpad would be awful, for sure. The Abraham Lincoln? Nah, I don't think so. It's odd that Teddy Roosevelt has the nuclear symbol. I don't think that was invented yet during his lifetime. Right? On his belt there. Yeah, right? So that's odd. Ooh, yeah, so Dragon, what you're getting at is maintaining neutral wrist position, right, while you type is actually one of the better things to do, right? So neutral wrist position is one of the biggest preventers of carpal tunnel, right? Bending actually creates pressure on things, right? Micro adjusting instead of like moving from the elbow and shoulder, that's also a problem. Right? Even if you get like the fanciest split keyboard in the world, if you're micro adjusting to your backspace key, you're actually still doing harm to your wrist. Ooh, Dragon Blood, that's actually not as good for you. Having way more space is actually better because it forces you to move from your elbow and your shoulder instead of from your wrist. Now, if you're pretty good about that habit anyway, then you're fine, but yeah, like lower DPI is actually better for RSI for gamers especially. According to Google, the symbol first appeared in 1946. When did Teddy Roosevelt pass away? Yeah, 1919. So yeah, he wouldn't have seen it. I just had to make sure I was remembering correctly. Yeah, I just couldn't remember if he lived long enough to actually see it. That's fine, Dragon. Like, you know, you're doing what you can. But I just want to, like, point out that even then, finger RSI is a thing, too. That's why people switch to, like, Dvorak, etc. Yeah, who knows, Trisket? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the thing we're doing right now, value long, long value, etc. Cool. We need to do value float. And value double. A claw? Oh, right. They like attach to your hand? No, I haven't seen those. I mean, I've seen them. I haven't like used one. I haven't seen one in person, you know, but I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Probably used in some movie for like the tech guy or something like that. Ah, so that's a good shortcut. So if I select something and then hit Apple D, I can select every instance of that string, and I can even go all the way through the entire file to loop back up to the top, which is really useful. Really helps you like establish multi-cursor stuff. But you can also hit Alt, and let's say I wanted to add a line to the end of these. Boo, right? Super easy. So yeah, multi-cursor stuff, auto-completion. There's all sorts of reasons why typing speed means less and less these days. If you want to write long bits of prose or documentation, there's voice to text. Right? There's so many things where typing speed is less and less meaningful as the days goes on, or as the days go on, right? As we get older, typing speed is going to matter less and less. Ooh. But I do notice a typo there. And cool, so we got our value functions made. We just discovered that we don't have our selective functions documented in our Rust. So we've got a lot of documentation updates to do. And I know that's a bit boring, so we don't want to spend too much time on it, right? We can look at actual code stuff. Right, we can pivot from what we're working on to something more entertaining to see. Let's look at our list of issues and things like that. All right, so as far as issues we have created, we could do something nice and quick and easy. I am the Scrum Master. I want to keep it at least somewhat entertaining. All right, so in our documentation, right, this background color, pretty similar to the background color there. Here, it pops a bit too much. So let's see what we can do about that. That's a good, quick, and easy one. And yeah, I'd be really curious if y'all have any feedback on the docs site. Let me know. Any major issues, feel free and report them. And yeah, let's keep hacking at things. So, in the meantime, let's go look up at the app. No, not the app. Sorry, the documentation. And it's really here within features, as well as here within how it works. All right, and none of that shows, right? Yeah, cool. Oh, now we're getting botted, but at least none of y'all need to see it, so yeah. And Maury, yeah, we got rated. Yeah, we got rated by Adam Learns Live, who got rated by Kip Boga, who got rated by Pirate Software. So that is a really cool cohort to just be even associated with in the slightest. So if we're at 200, what if we just dial it to like 400? Man, the suspicious users feature is really good. Really good. Just means I need to look at a different chat right now. Mods, yeah, on-screen chat is probably the move. But yeah, so Badman, how am I doing today? I'm doing great. How about you? So here's one thing, Bedtime Bear. They're not showing up at all. Feel free to report them if you want. Not a big deal, right? Those suspicious users. But yeah, Twitch really nailed it with that feature. Like, good job. Don't worry about keeping up with it. Oh, I am seeing some of them, like, repeat. Yeah, it's probably worth banning them then. Or maybe it just costs some money, so we just let them keep getting swallowed. Maybe that's the way to go. Up to you. But yeah, use on-stream chat to actually see who's chatting. That'll help. But yeah, so PNPM dev, let's just see. Did we make that cleaner? Any minute now. All right, so here we are. That one, a bit meh. That one, a bit meh. Ooh, so that wasn't it. It would be that BG slate. Oh, and this isn't even used. So we could get rid of that div. Yeah, there you go, Badman. Yep, yeah, you gotta start building stuff. Tutorial hell is brutal. Alright, so that should be the one that makes that a bit darker. Yeah, I think just slightly darker is worth it. All right, so we did that for how it works. Let's do it for the Y Vexilla. Actually, which part even is that? It's got to be the features, right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's the section list component. Okay. I think that helps. I think 400 was a bit dark. I think the 300 works. Let's compare it to the live site. Oh, and we're not zoomed in the same. I think just slightly darker is fine. That's an easy fix. Yeah, let's do it. There we go. So yeah, everyone from the raids, what are y'all up to? Anything fun? Anything you're looking forward to? Oh, hold on. Here's a good background image for people that care too. Solid film. If you haven't seen Spies Like Us, it's really good. I do cooking on my other channel a little bit. GLG20, there you go, Steel Toad. You know the film. But yeah, I got a gaming channel in which I do a little bit of cooking at the beginning of the night. Tonight will probably not be cooking, mainly because we got gaming to do at about 6-ish. All right, so back to what we were doing here real quick, right? I think this is a good idea. We do a little bit on the doc stuff, then we go back and try and do something on the page, right? You know, I think these buttons could look better, for sure. Give me just a second. I do have to use the restroom. We'll use the restroom, you know, scene. This one's fun. Okay. And I'm back. Sorry, had to use the restroom. You know, that happens. I really like that BRB screen. Seems like some people are less keen, but that's fine. So yeah, a little bit more doc stuff. Oh. Already messed up a little bit there. Okay, so part of what we're dealing with right here is the fact that we don't have our selective functions actually documented. Let's look at how we actually have it defined here in the client. And if you're curious what any of these methods actually do, feel free to ask. Ooh. And you know what? Hold on. We're actually fine. We have this documented just fine. I forgot, we don't need the selective ones because selective is actually part of should. That's right. Uh, 37 signals, right? And people self-hosting or purchase for life type stuff. Vexilla being something like that that doesn't ball and chain customers. I mean, if I were to want to build a service for this, though, it would be a ball and chain at that point, right? So using the open source portion of it is less to self-host, which I think is hugely part of it, right? But some companies actually want a service that they don't have to bother dealing with. Even setting up a static file server is more effort than some companies want to deal with. Setting up their S3, setting up whatever, more than a lot of customers might want to deal with, and instead they just want to sign up for a service. So at some point, a Vexilla service would make a lot of sense, especially once we get A/B testing and things like that in there. But for now, I still think, yeah, static file based, huge idea, totally worth it. Growth Book does do some of that. But okay, so I forget what the process of adding a library is actually like. So yeah, I think I might have something to do for for Adam's Code Jam. So I actually want to pop this out. I know. Yeah. I'm going to pop it out for over here on this machine. There we go. And yeah, now we got that for later. I can close this tab. So when we look at something like Kotlin serialization, right, this setup section becomes a bit heavy. But it's not a bad idea. Right, for Kotlin to support Gradle, Android, multi-platform, Maven, Bazel. Yeah, here's the tricky part. I haven't had to set up the Kotlin library anywhere outside of its own testing. Oh, and we got some follows over on the gaming channel. Thank y'all. Ninja Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So I think I want at least some of that. I don't release in tandem with the Kotlin compiler, though. Ah, so that's this part. Okay. Wow, this is all just so complicated. I just wanted to see the raw version of the README. Come on. Ooh, interesting what they do here. Do we see anything else related to that? Nope. All right, anyway, let's yeah, let's just grab these things, right? So we'll go to here. I don't think we need anything more than what we have to there. We don't care about what's in that details. I'm trying to see if we have like the Kotlin version set up. We see 1.9 for this serialization stuff. We're going to say 1.9.0 just because. Now, hold on. What is that first part they're talking about? I think that's fine. So you can set up the Vexilla client using the, right? And then we just do that part. Oh, hold on. Here's the thing. I don't think this is right. I don't think it would actually be a plugin. Yeah, I think Kotlin serialization is the wrong thing, right? Kotlin library. Let's go try and find any of these that might just work, right? So Timber, maybe. Meister, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so that right there, that looks like Maven. No. Okay, so that's groovy. And Kotlin DSL versus Groovy DSL is less meaningful. Dev.vexilla. Oh, hold on. .client, I think. Something like that. I think that works. I think other installations is just extra. We'd want to find a library that actually does that too. Yeah, and we don't need to spend too much time on that part. So we got the basics of that, and I want to call that good. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. So let's see if we can rebuild these. Oh, and that's in docs. Let's just see if that rebuilds. So we should see a readme.md file here soon. Aha, so OCaml doesn't have one yet either. We'll leave that for now, because I'm going to need someone else's help to help me actually get the OCaml like documentation written. But we want to see this complete till the end at least. Hey, and it works for all of them. Nice. So yeah, that went and jammed together. A bunch of README files for us. This is not the right docs. For the OCaml, though, we can do something like this. OCaml and OCaml. believe OCaml does camel casing, right? If it didn't do camel casing, that would be a lost opportunity right there. Right, and we'll just fill in the blanks here. And the API will be empty for now, too. All right, so we've got just a basic boilerplate for the OCaml. Cool. All right, so let's start from the top and evaluate the README TOML files for each language that we consider ready. So readme.toml right here looks not bad. We don't have the API in there yet, though. All right, so looking at what we got here, if we see all of this, we see install instructions, instance hash, sync flags, setup snippet, and then should, and then usage snippet, and then example, and then API. So I think API is all we're missing from over here. Let's at least double check that we have these sections, because I'm thinking API is a section that, yep, we are missing in most of these. Oh. Oh yeah, lots of stuff we have not updated. So it looks like the Rust is the only one that we actually annotated the entire API for. Oh, never mind. Looks like we did it for the JS as well. Yeah. Kotlin we just did, OCaml we just did. Let's look at the PHP. Nope. Yeah, so documentation is going to be a big part of what we have to do here soon. Ooh, testing instructions. I'm curious if that even makes it anywhere into this. Nope. Yeah, so testing instructions is something we're not using yet. And I'm not sure it actually has any relevance to what we're doing right now either. With the Rust, we know we have that section, and cool. So that's kind of caught us up in discovering which ones need API documentation. So yeah, we kind of need to start from the top. Let's pour another beverage. It's a nice, easy Sunday. Probably switch to just raw water here in a second, but I can do at least another one of these, right? And yeah, anyone that hasn't chimed in yet, what are y'all up to? Anything fun? Anything really cool? Ryuji, thank you for the follow. I just saw that. My bad. Anyone got any fun games they're playing lately? I think work is fun, depending on your work. I mean, we're kind of working right now. I'm having fun. Making wild rice soup. Nice. Any protein in it, like chicken or something? Tofu? Ooh, halibut in a wild rice soup. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds really good. Yeah, there you go. Send leftovers. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Oh, yeah, our elixir code is fairly empty right now, too. Yeah, let's just pop open the Rust again. Trying to host your REST API on an EC2 instance for the first time? Kind of tricky. Interesting, yeah. I often still find the need for some type of like reverse proxy like Nginx in front of your API. That's the bit you're doing right now? Cool. Yeah, makes sense. Put it on cyclic. Okay. I think that makes sense. I've never actually heard of cyclic before. Sure. Seems interesting. What is the pricing like? All right, so there's a free forever tier. One app, no inactivity, no hourly limit. You get 10 seconds to execute a request. Doesn't give you a static IP. Oh, okay. Got it. Here's my guess. With a 10-second duration, they're actually taking what you have and throwing it up onto AWS Lambda. Yep. Which makes sense. You might consider launching to Lambda. Oh, but right, yeah, Lambda wouldn't give you a static IP. So why do you need a static IP? I'm curious about that. Yeah, we got rated by Adam Learns Live, who was rated by Kip Boga, who was rated by Pirate Software. So yeah, pretty awesome. Exactly. Oh, as an allow list for MongoDB Atlas. Okay. So you know you can just use domains too, right? Doesn't Atlas allow like a domain instead of an IP? Really? So IP access list entries. Yeah, I guess you're right. Chezzy, where'd that come from? I'm curious about that real quick. Yeah, I find that really strange that it's only IP. Yeah, and even a cider range would probably be more than you're looking for. Yeah, okay, so it makes sense. I get it. And if you were paying for MongoDB Atlas, then you could configure VPC peering instead. But you're probably not, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense, JustCoder. You might consider Render or some of the easier deployable services. Unless you really, really want to get experience with EC2. That's totally up to you. Pretty sure Render Services gives you an IP, though. But again, you know, it just depends. DigitalOcean is another place to deploy where you would get a static IP. Totally up to you. And you'd still have to do the Nginx part. So, it doesn't change much. Yeah, I was just curious. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, I forgot Mongo Atlas required like an IP. But, meh, it works. JustCoder, I would say you're probably in danger of committing that env file then, which is definitely no good. Oh, that already sounds like a red flag. Okay, so here, let me just point out, it looks to me like Render would allow you to just add from a .env file. Boom, done. Right? Most good services would just have a button you press for it. You could add a secret file directly too. Totally fine. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that seems like a stranger part. Like less necessary. No, I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. Just the idea of shipping the .env file seems like it'd be really easy to automate a mistake, you know? right, so let me grab this API section. We're going to paste it here into this API section here. But we're going to have to update basically everything. No, it's fine. And again, EC2 is worth learning. I think it really, really depends. That's all. I think here's even the big thing. If you're already going through the effort of setting up EC2 or DigitalOcean or whatever, you might be better off just locally hosting Mongo as well. And I mean just like locally within the server, not on like your home machine. Yeah, not necessarily ideal for something that is Lambda-based, because that relies on it being external to the ephemeral function running, but if you're setting up a container, then it doesn't even matter, and then you're not even paying networking cost between them as far as, like, timing goes. Which might be worthwhile. So, totally up to you, just thinking out loud. But yeah, what's your question? No, not really. You're probably thinking of other streamers. On YouTube? No, I've never done that for YouTube content. What's up, Fievel? How you doing? Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, this C# code is massively outdated. What's up, Alan? How you doing? It is to the beat, yeah. Things are good. Just chilling. Got a fat raid earlier. Just trying to make sure we're doing some of this properly. Yeah, so most of this looks good now. All right, so looking at what we got here, we got the install part. That's pretty good. For setup, and I want to do this. So yeah, in the same way that we had some of the other code explicitly like splitting things out by labeling them properly, we can do that here too. So Vexilla client base would then be server host. Yeah, we got a fat raid. Big shout out to Adam Learns Live. I keep almost calling him Adam13531. The real ones know why. All right, so in C# code, though, they don't mind camel casing. Oh, we've got one bit of inconsistency. Some of these instantiate the client with a different order than each other. So we should line those up for sure. So in the Rust setup snippet, that's in the full example. In setup, we just sync. We sync and sync. Yeah. It's not ideal, but we can do it. Herbologist. I'm not in that much of a flow. I can respond to chat as we see fit. Not even a big deal. Right now we're doing documentation, which doesn't really require that much flow. So, I don't know. I'd say 2 or 3. Yeah, the main thing we're doing right now, and I'm sorry, it's marking you as a suspicious user for some reason. It's because of the brand new account. We'll let it sit for a moment in that way, but yeah, happy to have you. Typically not a great sign when an account's that new. There you go. Thanks, Bedtime Bear. So yeah, don't ruin it. Don't abuse the privilege. Your chats will show up now. But those were fine comments, so appreciate you. Yep, we'll see. Hey, what's up, Lady Blue Notes? How you doing? I say this every time. It's been a while. But yeah, what you up to? Yeah, happy Wednesday. I haven't streamed a Wednesday in a while, but I won't be able to stream tomorrow because I got a meeting to go into Seattle for. So, decided to stream a little earlier today, too. Started at like 11. Yeah, the meeting tomorrow is with a company about like a potential DevRel position, I think, which would be pretty cool. And yeah, the company that ghosted me for 2 weeks, technically 2.5, finally got back to me with the denial. For a company that boasts about working async, their async is really not good. Yes, it would let me... Yeah, almost 3 weeks is ridiculous. Like, really bad. It's a week after I reached out to them for an update. Yeah, wait forever. Yeah. Yeah, for a company that claims to work asynchronously, yikes. Exactly, like, yikes. So, you know, is what it is. Feels like a dodged bullet, actually. Thanks, Crumbs. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for the follow. When I missed a couple other follows. Sharpshooter, Erp, MS Gem, and Crumbs. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, I try to keep it chill, right? This is a co-working stream for the most part, but you get to see what I'm working on. Technically, I'm not employed at the moment, so this isn't work, but I'd like to make it work. How's Vexilla going? Pretty good. We worked on Orderly for a couple weeks. So yeah, Orderly is a different tool, right? This was for like writing books. So if we wanted to, I don't know, record this new snippet. Boo bar. No, this was the tool I made specifically so I could start the book. I just haven't yet. I probably want to do it over on the gaming machine, if possible. Just because it has a GPU and, you know, faster CPU, etc. But yeah, so for everyone who's unaware of what this is my book writing tool in which I'm writing this snippet. This could be a dark and stormy night, blah, 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 you know, like all was quiet on the Western Front kind of stuff. And we'll see if this actually gets transformed in the way we're looking for. So, because this Mac Mini is extremely old, it's 2015, it takes a little while. This will take easily like 30 to 40 seconds. Ooh, 7 bits ago. There you go. Hey, that was actually pretty quick. So yeah, I'm writing this snippet. This could be a dark and stormy night, blah, 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 you know, like all was quiet on the Western Front kind of stuff. And we'll see if this actually gets transformed in the way we're looking for it. It was pretty accurate, wasn't it? That's really good. I might just add some like formatting or something. Yes, it is open sourced. And the coolest part about it is it's all running client-side. There is 0 server involved. Not a single server involved. The way it's doing that is it's using... hold on, do I actually annotate it? I do slightly in the description. So basically, we're using WASM in the browser. So that's SQLite and Whisper.cpp compiled to WASM running only in your browser instance. That does mean that you need to download the weights or the models for that, you know, Whisper.cpp instance. But boom, it's like all local, all your own data. Nobody sees it. Nobody touches it. It's pretty fun. I mean, from what you just saw, it's pretty good, isn't it? And I'm not even using any of the larger models. Our settings are right now set to tiny.en, right? And the quantized version, which is even smaller. The crazy part is the quantized version runs faster than the regular version on this Mac Mini, only due to memory pressure. It's gonna chew up like a gig of your RAM, things like that, and that's the models and everything kicking in. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, so depending on whether you have more room CPU-wise or more room memory-wise, you might opt for other things. Yeah, this is a 2015 Mac Mini. It is really old. So yeah, pretty fun. And then we can insert snippets after. We could delete them. We can drag and drop them. Right, so there's like some nice, fun, interesting features here. Is it perfect? Is the UI great? Nah, but I've seen worse. Right? Here's a fun bit too. We can actually export to PDF. So bam, we can pop open our book called Introduction. Welcome. And that's all we got. That is true. That's why we have an import and an export. So you can export the file. You get your SQLite dump file. And then you can import that file. Bim, bam, boom. Just remember, it's a proof of concept. I can't solve every use case for it. I can't. Right? We spent 2 weeks on this, and that's really all I wanted, because it's not even the final thing of what I actually want to make. It was just a proof of concept to see if we could do it. You can't please everybody. If I released it as a cloud-based thing, and not only locally, people would complain that you can't do it locally. You'll never please everyone. All right, so client.should and feature name. We also need feature name or ID. And this is group name or ID. And we're duplicating a lot between the setup snippet and the full example. What did we call it here in the Rust? And we could just do the if client.should part. Oh. Sure, so that works there. So now on to the API. We don't have a number set anywhere in commands, but let me count it out. So JavaScript, Kotlin, Go, Rust, Python, PHP, Elixir, C#. And then OCaml is getting really close. So 8 so far. The end goal, I think, is 14. Something like that. What's up, Duct Tape? How you doing? Yeah, stream's killing it. We got some fat raids. Pretty stoked. What is turbo specifically? And no, I haven't messed with HTMX as well, so not sure. So Nightbot can't do any of that stuff. Totally not here. Wink. Fat raids. Yeah, patent pending. That's actually somewhat related to what I want to build out for Adam's Code Jam. So yeah, for Adam's Code Jam, I want to make a tool that, you know, I just say clip that, and it grabs the most recent minute and a half or whatever, right? Bam, nailed it. It's going to be specifically consuming Vappy. Because it's basically how they do their interview process. Right? Just build something with it in public, make some content around it, call it good. Not sure about the pricing. I don't know if I've looked at that yet. Does look a bit spendy, but the fact that you can use your own voice provider is actually pretty cool. Yeah, let me grab you the link. There's a previous thing we've looked at called Pico Voice, and then the thing that we're using in Orderly is whisper.cpp. But yeah, I don't know. If they're looking to have people build with this, we can see. Yeah, Nori's bedtime, Bear. Have a good one. Oh, I really like that name. Thank you for the follow, Busta Keaton. Does good physical-based comedy like Buster Keaton, but also looks remarkably like Show Nuff from The Last Dragon. I get it. Thank you for the follow. Who's the baddest? Show Nuff. Sorry, I don't know why Buster Keaton reminds me of Show Nuff. I think he did that in one of his videos at one point. He dressed up as Show Nuff. I'm pretty sure he did. Doing well. Yeah, just hanging out. Enjoying a nice, chill, awesome day. I assume Adam's actually in the waiting room at the vet right now. Little on the nose. You trained your own voice on it. Oh, that makes sense, Dave. That sounds cool. Oh, that's an interesting emote. Used it for a true crime channel. Oh, interesting. So basically, you train it on your voice, and then you have it do voiceover for a video? That actually sounds like a really good use case. That could be the future of, like, audiobooks, even. I could see that. There you go, Lady Blue Notes. Nailed it. But yeah, as far as HTMX and Turbo, I need to check out Turbo because I still don't remember, right? Turbo. Let's just say HTML. No, it's not Turbo Repo. It's Turbo.hotwired, I think. Yeah, right? This seems like it. Basecamp and Hey, 37 signals, right? Okay. That makes more sense. Oh, that works, Dave. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Right? There's, like, UK accents that even people who live in the UK don't understand. That was a joke in Hot Fuzz, right? Right? They got the guy that has, like, the guns and stuff, and he's like, you got a permit for that gun? This one. Yeah, this one. Right? Like, yeah, it's pretty good. Yorkshire. Oh, that's where they do, like, through instead of through, right? Pretty sure that's the Yorkshire accent, right? Like, slightly, like, Cockney. Going to shop. Yeah, that makes sense. I actually don't know the difference between the Yorkshire accent and proper, like, Cockney. Hold on. We're gonna learn something right now. Risky Google of the day. See, I thought, like, the through, like, to through thing was actually Cockney, though. Right, so hold on. Mockney is basically the accent that Ben Affleck did in Shakespeare in Love, right? Hey, Ben! Right, there's that joke from Family Guy. Hey, Ben! You gotta get onto the set. You need to act in that film Shakespeare in Love. Oh, all right, let me practice. Hello, hello, hello. Right? Boom, nailed it. All right, we're good to go. Right, that's the entire practice he did. Hello. Like, boom, nailed it. That's some proper Mockney. Oh, so Cockney relates more towards, like, the Australian accent? Okay. And Yorkshire is, like, the through instead of through. Okay. Oh, damn it. There you go. Sorry about that. So you're saying hotwired.dev is actually the thing to look at? HTML over the wire? Yeah, I actually massively dislike the HTML over the wire thing. This isn't the first thing to do it, right? Blazor does it, or at least one flavor of Blazor. Livewire, which is a Phoenix thing, does it. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. It's mainly for people that are trying to avoid using JavaScript, though, which I think is ridiculous. right? It's front end for back end developers that don't want to bother learning modern front end development. I think the HTMX thing is more interesting because of the reliance upon HDOS, which I'm kind of feeling like these others don't really position themselves for as much. I know you could probably do it with them, but it's not like part of the core of how and why it was built that way. So yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of the HTML over the wire things. It's just not for me. All right, it tends to be bloated compared to the JSON that represents it. JS does have its Laravel Rails. It's called Sales.js. There's Nest.js as well, very similar. The Laravel Rails aspect of things has been tried many times in the JavaScript world. Strappy tried to be one. There's another one, too, that I'm forgetting about. It's been tried numerous times. But I think you actually gain so much more from decoupling your rendering from your logic or from your back end. So why aren't the services there? Because no one's actually bought into that thing as the one true tool. Right? So right now, Sonalot, what you're looking at is we got tools like Express or Nest or whatever. Those are more in line with things that aren't Laravel, such as Symfony, right? There are plenty of Rails-like frameworks that don't have all of the other things around it like Laravel does. But when you look at it, Rails doesn't have all the things around it like Laravel does. It doesn't at all, right? Laravel is its own beast at this point. So trying to compare anything to Laravel is ridiculous. When you talk about Rails, yeah, Sales, Nest, there's a bunch of them. They all do the Rails thing. It has been tried many times. The only thing I think that comes close to doing what the Laravel ecosystem is doing is Vexilla. Right? But they're a hosting provider more than they are a framework maker at this point. It's lemonade. We got about an hour and a half before gaming stream tonight. So that's fine, Sadala, but Vapor is very much a hosting thing. It's not even necessarily Laravel. Just because there's a good integration doesn't mean that that's what you'd expect from Laravel. Right? So I think there's a big difference there. In that regard, Vercel is approaching Laravel levels of services. The big part of it is that in Laravel and Rails, people focus on productivity more than creating their own unique snowflakes. it seems in the JavaScript world that everyone thinks their product is a special, unique snowflake that couldn't possibly be made in the same way as other tools. Yeah, flight control seems cool too. So Sadalot, you might consider SST. In my opinion, though, right, and I'm not saying this about SST, one of the prime things that separates the JavaScript ecosystem from others is the fact that it was one of the first that was massively supported in AWS Lambda and stuff like that. So you end up getting tools like Architect, which also do very cool and awesome things, and you can develop with them locally, and it's fine. Right? And I'm using Architect for some APIs I've made. It's really nice. It's really good. But in my opinion, it is better when you decouple your front end from your back end. And I think that's actually the biggest flaw of Rails-like frameworks. I don't want my API server wasting CPU cycles rendering templates. Now, if I want server-side rendering or something like that, I'll spin up another service that does server-side rendering and consumes my agnostic API. That right there is the main thing that really, I think, makes the web what it is and allows us to actually pivot our front end or our back end independent of each other as long as we obey the contract of the API. So I don't like full-stack frameworks. Not a fan at all. I massively dislike full-stack frameworks. Because scaling one or the other becomes just horizontally scaling the one. When you probably didn't need to, and you're probably, if you're not horizontally scaling, you're vertically scaling for CPU cycles that you could have offloaded in some other way and cached in some other way. Right? So I really don't like my API server wasting CPU cycles rendering templates. No, thank you. Then you get into wars about which templating framework is faster and blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Just have it spit out some JSON, and then I can have something else consume it rendering-wise. Jamstack style. I think that is the fundamentally, awesome thing that has made the web what it is right now. Completely separate teams can maintain these things, and you just maintain an API as a contract between them. Then they don't care how the sausage is made. They just want to eat the sausage. That decoupling is powerful. I've never used tRPC. Architect does individual lambdas per route. From what I've seen, that's actually not necessary. I believe AJ Stivenberg has posts about how, depending on the size of what you're doing, you could probably just ship one lambda that's slightly larger, and the performance hit isn't going to be that bad. So an 8 megabyte lambda versus an 80 megabyte lambda doesn't actually matter that much if you're doing it a certain way. So at that point, I get it. Makes sense. Personally, I like the idea of splitting them out because some lambdas can be nice and small and quick and easy, and yeah, you're deploying an asset that's very tiny, and if it doesn't change, you don't need to ship anything up. And then sometimes you might have an endpoint that requires 3 or 4 AWS services, right, via their SDK, and that endpoint ends up being 30 or 40 megs after you've done your tree shaking and stuff. I like the idea of splitting them out. Personally, I don't know if there's any major performance reasons for doing so at this point. But Architect focuses on doing a lambda per route. SST, I think, aims for a single bundle, single route. Right? Or single catch-all router. So at that point, it's really up to you. I don't have any major reasons for either. Currently, I've just been using Architect because I have some wrappers around Architect that make me more productive for building out APIs. I can generate an open API spec from the way I build out my APIs with my wrapper on top of Architect. Really easily. So it's more about like how much tooling do I want to rewrite myself? None. I'm just going to stick with what works right now. Realistically, I kind of want to create a Rust wrapper for Architect. So what you're getting at there, getwalter.com. Look at it this way. So if we go to documentation for Walter, and this is very much not production ready at all yet. This entire documentation page is generated from my OpenAPI spec. This whole thing. Right? So that's one powerful part. But if we go to get Walter GitHub. Oh, is it get dash Walter? There we go. So if we look at SDKs, the SDKs have been generated using OpenAPI Generator. We got 6 of them so far. Haven't touched it in 2 years, so yeah, got to do some work. But the main idea is we can generate client SDKs using our OpenAPI spec, which I think is very similar to the TRPC approach, but we support more than one language now, which is huge. Oh, we still got our file calling it Guilfold instead of Walter, but yeah, we can fix it. That's a thing for later. But yeah, Walter is something we won't work on until I feel like Vexilla is in a nice and solid place. And Bob, it was mainly so that we could test out building out the documentation. Oh, hold on. Let's find a different chill wave mix. There we go. Hey, Dave the Fan. Thank you for that gifted sub, man. Appreciate you. And yeah, man. I sometimes worry about, oh my god, my subscription numbers have slipped. Because we used to be at easily like 250, like bare minimum. I think we've gotten up to like 400 before, like due to gifting and some of that stuff. We're at 168 right now. But hearing some other really good streamers talk about their sub numbers, they'd kill for 168. So I should be thankful. It just sucks when you establish a baseline and then you dip below that baseline. You start feeling self-conscious. But again, I really appreciate it. 168 is actually huge. That's awesome. So Saudelot, there's no such thing as the right stuff. There's whatever you are productive enough using. That's it. That's all that matters. You don't need to worry about scaling it up based on team size if your product never has a user base to justify making a team. So just make it work first. Who cares? It's why there are plenty of software companies out there today still using Ruby on Rails to scaffold out their applications. Trying to remember which one. Stripe and Spotify are the largest Rails applications in the world. It's crazy, isn't it? Maybe it's Shopify, not Spotify. But I don't know. Right? Something like that. Pretty crazy. Is it Shopify? Okay, not Spotify. GitHub. Yeah, I think GitHub is still a Rails application too. Yeah, good point. But will it scale? And again, scale only matters if you have users. There are plenty of cases where scaling it or needing to scale is a nice problem to have. By the time you need to scale, hopefully you have enough revenue to justify refactoring and rebuilding. Yeah, that's going to be tough, Dave, for sure. That's going to be a lot tougher. Open world games are pretty much the hardest one to make. So realistically, I'd concentrate on launching out mini games that you would want to use in your open world game. If you're not aware, yeah, every open world game out there that's successful has at least one or two mini games built into it. My favorite game of the past year or so is Dave the Diver, which is comprised solely of minigames. Right? Every boss fight is just a different minigame. Not every boss fight, but there are definitely like various things in there where it's like, oh yeah, I know what this is. This is basically like a sneaking platformer. Oh, this part, I know what this is. This is basically Galaga. Right? So most large games end up being just a glue of many mini games. So concentrate on building out your mini games first and maybe try and release them individually with different assets. And then you can glue together the logic later. Even The Witcher has Gwent, you know? Oh, that's fine, Bob. Dude, don't feel compelled. Do whatever you want. I understand. It's part of, you know, the economy. The highest my sub numbers ever got was during the first month or two of, or not month or two, first like year of COVID. Because everyone was at home, you know? Economy was booming. So yeah, you know, I recognize that it's a thing of the times. But what's up, derps? How you doing? Terrence loves our mom. Oh, Philip. You fell asleep watching Pirate? So basically, Pirate rated Kit Boga, and Kit Boga rated Adam Learns Live. And Adam Learns Live rated me. No, it's fine, Dave. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Exactly there. Yeah, exactly, Panda. For sure. Right? As an example, right? I got this thing I call Calatrava. Calatrava, and what you're seeing right here with the route options decorator, or interface and decorator, this right here is actually what powers all of that OpenAPI logic that generated my documentation. But it's written in a way that's not specific to that project we did it on. I built a tool that would do this for every project I work on. Right? So yeah, really useful. Sure, Dave. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down. I don't mind. But yeah, thank you for that. I'm going to say Chiefin. But 720 what? Are you looking for like my old snowboard clips or something? But yeah, Panda. That's also a really good thing that I think is useful for startups, right? Focus on the thing that you keep rebuilding with every project and then just spin something up for it. Like Theo's upload thing, right? If you've ever done pre-signed URLs or pre-signed posts or, you know, any of that stuff with S3, it's not a big deal. It's fine. It's so easy. But if you've never done it, it's kind of a waste of your time. Right? Because you just want to build a thing. You don't want to have to learn the S3 stuff. So yeah, I think upload thing doesn't make sense for me as a dev, but it makes a whole bunch of sense for a lot of devs. Right? Just because I probably won't use it doesn't mean I don't see the use case. It's a really good idea. Every single person I've talked to that tried to do pre-signed URLs and pre-signed posts and all that stuff spent bare minimum like 4+ hours figuring it out. I've just done that a couple times already now, so I don't need a service to do it for me. I've implemented my own, like passwordless auth using, like email in like codes or whatever. I've done that before. That's easy, right? I've done my own like sign up codes and verifying a user. I've done that. I get it. I don't need a service to abstract that for me. But for someone else that hasn't done that before, that can be tough. So a service that abstracts it, like Clerk, nails it. Right? A lot of these very focused software as a service tools are built not for people like me that have done it before. They're built for people that haven't done it before but need to do it. Advice for someone who likes Python but had trouble understanding it. So the biggest thing, derps, is that the language is pretty irrelevant. It really doesn't matter that much. You're most likely needing to learn the patterns of whatever you're trying to do. If that's building a REST API, you need to understand the request response lifecycle. You need to understand what middleware are, things like that. You need to understand, how to seed your database and migrate your database as you add new functionality and all that stuff. Those patterns actually exist with every major full stack framework, right? The syntax is less important. Once you learn the patterns, the syntax is easy. Tutorial hell is tough, for sure. It's a thing we all deal with. The number one way out of it is to build things. The hardest part about building things is building something small enough that you can actually complete it. Because we all want to build a realistic physics-based dragon MMO. If anyone doesn't know that meme I'm talking about, yes, I'm referencing a meme. Realistic physics-based dragons? Wait, what? Hold on. But yeah, right? It's really easy to shoot for the moon rather than build out smaller parts to understand what you're trying to build better. Which is why I recommended that to Dave, right? Yeah. So yeah, like reusable pieces are awesome. Totally worthwhile. Totally worth understanding and building out on their own smaller bit. So derps, that's a good understanding of what an RPG actually is. Most conversations in RPGs, when we say visual novel, think about a visual novel that has still decision processes, right? Like interactive fiction. No matter what, any RPG you play is actually still pretty much interactive fiction in which you need to maintain and understand the choices that were made before you got to wherever you are, right? Did the user kill the big bad already? Well, yeah, people's dialogue to the user should probably reflect that. It's very common that we find dialogue that doesn't, and it feels off-putting, and it totally takes you out of the game, right? Totally ruins the immersion. Trying to remember, there was like a Seattle JS last year, I want to say in May. One second. One second. So it wasn't at the Collective. Oh, hold on. So those are upcoming. This is past. Hold on one sec. All right, there we go. All right, so past. Yeah, because I think this is worthwhile and worth shouting out. I believe it was May of last year, but I'll know based upon the location. But they don't say the location on this page. Nope, so that one was the collective. Maybe it was June? Only reason I want to do this is because there was a framework and tool that they were talking about. Nope, that was a collective. It might have been June? Startup Hall. So this was the one. No. So this is specifically for like interactive fiction. More info on speakers. Shit. I really wish they had a thing for like previous meetups. It's not Solaris, that's Solar 2D. Unless they rebranded from Solar 2D to Solaris. No, Solar 2D is for all sorts of stuff. Solar 2D is just a full stack, like, multi-platform game framework using Lua. Yeah, I can't get access to it, so I don't... that's the annoying part. Yeah, that's the problem with them moving off of Meetup for their main registration tool. They don't update this with who's presenting and all that. So that's annoying. Yeah, so I don't know the names of the tools. Yeah, so what I'm getting at is there are some specific tools for interactive fiction. Twine is one of the big ones. I think Twine's the big one. Yeah, the person that gave a presentation talked about how Twine is cool, but wasn't like exactly what they wanted. I don't think it was Wing, but I don't remember. But yeah, Dave, you're basically talking about like full game engines, and that is different from interactive fiction. I don't know, Dave. I'm not sure about Wing. I have no idea. I'm trying to reference a talk I saw, and that's it. I don't really do library review. What is it? What does it do? All right, give us like an elevator pitch about it. All right, so for creating the new instance, base URL. So sound a lot, I'd say, I don't know, man. It'd probably be something like 200,000 channel points. How close are you to that? Yeah, I don't know, man. I like your website. That's clean. It's somewhere in your chat window. Bob, the GitHub is linked in the upper corner of what he just linked us. All right, so base URL first. I bet. Yeah, it sounds rough. Okay, so let's keep hacking at what we got here. No, it's fine, man. It would be nice to set aside specific days for that. But typically, I just want to build my own stuff. So I don't know, man. We'll see. Here's something, though. I'll give it a star. Oh, I'd have to log in. Hold on. Happily give you a star. Because it seems cool. Yeah, good work on it. It gets a 10 on the stethoscope rating. So, for some reason, it didn't detect your README, which is odd. Let me just refresh and see. All right, so we got a bug in stethoscope. Recent commit should be fine, too. Weird. Yeah, so stethoscope is having issues trying to figure things out for you. Open issues is good. Docs folder does exist. Oh, yeah. So stethoscope needs some work at this point. I don't understand why it's failing some of these checks. My guess is that they changed up their selectors, which is a bummer. Build is passing on recent commit, so yeah, I would say don't worry about the score. It's fine. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. Come on. No. So, Dithbri, what we're doing right now is documenting what we have. We've already done that logic, right? These SDKs exist and work and are tested, but our README files are somewhat empty. So we're filling in the README files for these things. We're building them out programmatically using a TOML file to inject into a template so that our READMEs are at least consistent. And the part we're doing right now is filling in the API portion of things, which is brand new and only done so far in the Rust and the Kotlin. And we're doing the C#, and we got to go through the whole list. So we got some time. We have 8 language SDKs written already for Vexilla. We have another one that's close. DM Mulroy is helping us make the OCaml. And we got maybe like 5 or 6 others that we want to build out, such as... Oh, hold on. Let me look at the list. Such as Lua, Dart, Coco, which would be like Swift probably. Lua, Dart, Swift... I want to do a Zig one. Ruby. I think that's it. So yeah, 14 total. And that is the thing that actually makes this different from other languages and SDKs. Ooh, seems like the mouse got way less sensitive all of a sudden. That's weird. Yeah. Okay, battery's dying. All right, trackpad's all right, but sensitivity went way down. And oh, sound a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, 1,500 bits. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. I hesitate to charge people money for any of that. So, yep, never expected, never required, but thank you. At some point, oh, there we go. There's the trackpad speed I was looking for. All right, cool. Yeah, it might make sense to start doing that just to pay the bills at some point. But I can't really do that until I'm running out of unemployment insurance. Dude, what is with the trackpad? Just dying. Just dying. I think these batteries are actually, like, super dead. Dave the Fan, I have no idea. No clue. I don't use either. I think we used Writer at one point. Meh. An editor's an editor. It's fine. But yeah, no, that's good. Thank you, Sonala. I appreciate that. That's really cool of you. No one asked you to do it. So yeah, I like that you did that all on your own. Real quick, so I want to keep hammering out the C# docs here. We'll continue doing it for other things too. And I know it's not the most entertaining like code you've ever seen, but we need to do it so that we can actually publish these things up to their various repos, right? So for JS, it would be NPM. For Rust, it would be cargo or crates or whatever, right? So that's the main idea. We need to get these things publishable, and having a full-featured README is the bare minimum of publishable. So yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm going to do the restroom scene so I can do one thing when I get back real quick too. You might hear the audio, but it's just my humidifier. All right, so hold up real quick. Let me just do this one little thing right here. It's my humidifier you're about to hear. It humidifies my brain. There we go. Yeah, brain properly humidified. All right, so back to what we're doing. Get manifest right there is an async task manifest, get manifest, blah, blah, blah. Right? The arguments are that, and that's it. Oh, trackpad's weak again. What's up, Lucy? Are you sitting there in the sky with some diamonds? So here's the thing that breaks, and I don't know why. Might need to clean off this trackpad. But I lose gestures. This is so annoying. I need a coin or something. Oh, there we go. So hold up, trackpad, being a jerk about it. These batteries are probably on their last legs. When were they made? Doesn't really give us a manufactured date, but yeah. They're pretty much blowing it these days. Rechargeables are good, right? They last longer than alkaline, but once they start going bad, they get really annoying. What? Like, all my gestures are gone now? Why? Why? Right, we can switch scenes just fine. World without gestures? All right, so I guess I need to kill the dock process for some reason. Nope, that did not work. log out and back in. Are you kidding me? I haven't ever had this issue, but we did just update macOS like last month. I don't think this is going to fix it. Oh, maybe. You can tell it's just like fully broken because it doesn't have the same like pan. Right? It's like a slow across the screen. I should be able to get left to right in one swipe. This is so broken. Okay, so I've got a different trackpad. How this stuff just randomly happens, I have no idea. Could be the Bluetooth on the Mac Mini going out. I do have a spare trackpad. This will actually help us test. If it's the Mac or the trackpad. All right, so it's the trackpad. Oof. All right. It's a bit dusty. It's been sitting on the ground for a couple months. All right, that'll work. There we go. Whew. That was annoying. It's the newer, bigger trackpad anyway, so that's fine. Oh, this background image is so good though, right? Right? That one's not bad. What's up, Phoenix Davis? How you doing? All right, so we got our gestures back up. Let's just relaunch. Where's Tabby at? All right, relaunch Tabby. We don't really need 2 tabs right now. Code dot. Dude, neighbors upstairs. They're loud as fuck. I can only hope they're moving out. Weird time of the month to be moving out, though. Yeah, how's everyone else doing too, right? Now is a good time to actually do some stuff. Hold on. Love this background image. I have maybe one of the better background image collections. I know, I'm humble about it too. I mean, it's not like it's too crazy. Everything was saved. We're just, you know. Just so strange. But I've had this for 5 or 6 years. So I could see the Bluetooth going bad or something. Oh, that's rough. Oh, and that was loud, wasn't it? Check, check, check. Microphone check. We bumped it up earlier. I think it's probably better now. Okay, so we need to continue documenting all this stuff, right? So fetch, that's fine. Set manifest. I think that's the one we're lacking the syntax for at the moment. Nope, we just set that. Cool. So the one we're on next is sync manifest. Perfect. Okay. So then get flags is slightly different. All right, there we go. So string for file name. This is get flags. So this is actually group name or ID. Oh, and actually that doesn't take the flag. Bam. Mauricio and Frog Potato, thank y'all for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? All right, so group name or ID there. And yeah, we're basically just porting over some docs at the moment. Okay. Sync flags is next. Oh. Might want to just double pane these. Right? Just split screen it. All right, there we go. Cool. So yeah, you can kind of see what I'm doing on each of these now. I like it. Sweet. So sync flags here, we can copy. I rarely use the split pane stuff. How often do you guys use it? I'm curious. All right, so sync flags is done. Now on to should. And yeah, this process is going quicker and quicker, right? So we're kind of getting into even like a rhythm. All right, so that looks good. All right, so we do custom instance ID there. So then should custom int. Yeah. Yeah, and I think we're already kind of discovering the common parts. We could actually write an abstraction to create the API part of things too. The tricky part about that is it's not a one-to-one mapping for every language, right? So I don't think it's worth doing an abstraction for yet. But we're getting there. There's definitely a way we could do this in an agnostic way. Right? Like whether we have a should custom float or should custom double, a should custom int, or a should custom long. Yeah, that, I don't know. I need to get these in the hands of people actually trying to use them. Right, so here's a good example. We just use long instead of int. Even though I'm pretty sure C# has the similar like difference between int and long and float and double. I'm not sure we need the smaller functions with the colon. Yeah, right? Like, I don't know. There's an inconsistency there between these. But for now, it'll be fine. We'll document what's there and then we'll fix it. I think that's the right way to go. Yeah, I think it's fine. F64 and int64, are those things in C#? I'm less familiar with C#. I thought C# didn't have those. I thought it used long and double instead. Or different order, right? But yeah. Yeah. So the name of the function says float, but we're actually taking in a double. Oh, boo. Sorry. What's the other one that got through? Oh, that one. Sorry about the bots. All right, so should custom float, looks like we just did. I just want to make sure. Got interrupted real quick. Got distracted. All right, so value. Yes, value string is the name of this one. Yup. Yeah, and this is where we got a bug. Right, so what you can see there on the right is we're having default value for value int be int, but we're returning a long from it, and we're mixing those up. I think my base thought is when we're deserializing the JSON, is it going to be an actual int or a float, right? Or a, sorry, an int or a long, right? And most deserializers would just turn it into whichever it fits within. At which point we definitely need a method for int and a method for long. Yep. Yeah, I just think that was a bug. Never mind. We'll just do it that way. So value int is actually value long. So C# developers, how do you feel about that? Technically, I should just name this method value long, right? And then it's not inconsistent anymore. And if you end up needing to pass an int to it as the default, you can just convert it to a long pretty easily, right? Or vice versa. Yeah. I think that's the move. Any of that like number conversion stuff should be pretty easily like elided away. Desalinization, which is totally different. Yeah, I think the casting would be fine. But at the bare minimum, if I have a method called value int, it should deal with and return an int. So I should call this value long instead. Right? And then same thing with float. It should probably actually be double. So one thing, let me go check my tests. Ooh, hold on. No, cancel. Yeah, so these tests are not as robust, so I don't think we even broke anything. So I think we're good there. Yeah, okay. Oh, I did double instead of long here. Whoops. Because, yeah, that's still for the long. Whoops. Oh, and I forgot to put that around it. All right, so let's go look at the should custom. And then this one here. Long. Cool. All right. I think that's worth it. What time is it? 5:40. All right, we got a bit of time still. So now we've done the C# one. Let's go do just some minor scanning. And the way we want to do that hold on. First, we want to add everything in clients. Oh, that shouldn't pose a problem for DM Mulroy and his branch. What he pulls down should live perfectly fine within that OCaml folder without touching anything because they're brand new files. So let's get that up there. It's the place I want to look at some of this. As we go here into clients, right? We don't see a README file there yet, but if we were to click into C#, we should see a file. Boom. How does it start to look? All right, so I named the API snippet wrong. No, I forgot to rebuild. That's actually it. Yep. Yeah, what's up, Fabsy? How you doing? Let's do one more thing. Oh, and that's right. Yeah, this is way too big. There we go. That fits better. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? What are y'all up to? Anything fun? Chihap, how you doing? And yeah, C. Anhorn, I'm sorry, I was spacing 43 months, man. That is a long time. Really appreciate you, dude. You just noticed that we were doing some C# and it just drew you right in, didn't it? Hey, what's up, Akira? Dude, Mr. Only Tier 3. The solo, the tip top. Yeah, we got a raid from Adam Learns Live, who got a raid from Kip Boga, who got a raid from Pirate Software. So just a really just amazing raid chain. Mostly lurkers, I assume, because, yeah, Pirate Software starts real early in the morning. Doing all right. Doing all right. First part of your Code Jam project working, calling the Spotify API. Cool. But yeah, I have been well. We're gonna be playing some games here in a little bit. Let me double check with the crew just to see. It should be Baldur's Gate 3 tonight. Haven't heard anything otherwise. We'll find out. We'll see. Yeah, so, number one, I think I named the API snippet wrong. Let's double check the template. Oh, it is just API. So we should be good, actually. Yeah, nice. All right, so the API... No, not even close. We only get like 2 or 3 hours a week. And that's at least missing 1 month Or 1 week a month. And then sometimes the other guys need to miss a day too. Nah, it takes a while. Feel like that's all right. Could be better, maybe. It's not terrible, though. Looks like I missed one. Sync flags. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks, Akira. Appreciate that sub, man. All right, so yeah. We're at least getting there, right? If we click into a client, there's something there. Might be empty. But we're working on it. Yep. Yeah, so we need the API docs for most of these. Now we got a big raid. Giant raid chain. Yep. So pretty much, yep, we got a big raid. Yeah, pretty much we're missing a bunch of the snippet stuff, and we're missing the API docs. We've only got it really for a few of them. That'll be the big thing we really need to keep focusing on. I'm thinking on Friday, though, I want to try and do my code jam thing for Adam's Code Jam. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, let's keep going from the top. Yeah, here in the C# code, all that's fine. Yep, that's good. So then really like Elixir is the next one. So let's keep hammering out some of that content for the Elixir. We're doing the documentation. So to get these things published, we need the readmes accurate, right? All right, so setting up Elixir stuff. Ooh, and we want this to be... Yeah, we probably want to update that here at some point too. XJB, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so right, so the core part of this, of how this library works, is by creating a config to be passed around to various functions. And that is actually why I wanted the tests to not use the generic fetch function. Right, because I wanted my tests to mimic more of what like actual devs might do. So yeah. So hold on. I need to go back in history on this file a bit. There we go. That's the syntax I'm looking for. What's up, Dren? How you doing? All right, so then let's line some of this up better. All right, boom. Oh, never mind. We had that part. That's the part I wanted. All right, so then this part for how the should function works. And then the full example is this entire thing, which is a bit repetitive, but I'm okay with it. Because I think at some point we may refactor how the setup is actually structured, you know? Oh, and what's the syntax for an if in Elixir? If true, do. Yeah. All right, cool. So now when we get to the API stuff, I think we ended up annotating our API with the JavaScript at least. So yeah, we can grab the JavaScript and probably be good? No. So we've got some issues. All right, there we go. So because Elixir is dynamically typed and not strictly typed, at least in the common case, I know they're making stuff to fix that. Because of how that is right now, copying what we're doing with the TypeScript code is probably the most accurate, like the most useful way to do this. So instead of constructor, though, let me get client queued up. There we go. So yeah, create config is actually what this is. We don't need the when part. Let's go look at Ecto for Elixir and see what their docs show us. What's up, dictionary? You know, you're a real dictionary about it? About having a name like that? So they don't really annotate the return value. Okay. For some of these, we probably want to go publish proper documentation to various places. So really, we probably just want to publish these docs, right? Like the generated at doc blocks. And we can do that for various languages. So languages that do that would end up just showing off the... Yeah, I like that. I really like that. Yeah. So if we can generate API docs, we should just link to them from the README. I like that idea. Right? Because then we get all of their actual documentation generation capabilities. Just something like that. Okay. So that makes it more interesting. What languages have official documentation frameworks, right? That we can actually leverage. For the Rust code, it would probably end up being closer to like up on cargo or crates or whatever, right? Yeah, I like that. Okay. I don't think C# has anything like that, right? I don't think Kotlin has any like official documentation repository either. What languages do y'all think of or know of that have official like docs websites? Is there one for Go? Oop. Yeah, exactly. What is the official way of uploading docs to that? I think technically, isn't it just... hold on. Right? Wouldn't they just put the README in there? What's a good example? Mux? Yeah, right? It's just their README file anyway. So I mean, one that is more specifically like this stuff. Yeah, this doesn't really address that. So Godoc is really the way to do it, right? So realistically, Godoc would be similar. Oop. Okay, I'm not sure this is actually the right pathing, but we can throw that there. So yeah, so Go does that. Is there a Kotlin documentation repository? So you could use KDoc, but where does it get published? Yeah, I only care if it's actually hosted somewhere for now. So Python, I don't think has anything like that. PHP, as far as I know, doesn't. OCaml might. I don't think Kotlin has one. What about about HTML? Elixir does. I don't think C# has a place either. Yeah, I understand, like, it's a place to publish, but it's not the central repository for idiomatic documentation. That's literally all I'm asking about. No, I'm not looking for the repository. I'm looking for the documentation repository, such as docs.rs or hexdocs. Whatever, right? That's what I'm talking about. So if there's no central official idiomatic documentation repository, then it doesn't matter. All of the package repos will just use my README. But where do people go for API documentation? Is there a centralized place for it? If yes, I want to use it. If not, it needs to be in my README, right? So is there something like that for C# or PHP? So far, Elixir, Go. Yeah, Elixir, Go, and Rust are the only ones with a centralized documentation repository, as far as I can tell. Again, Ryuji, I don't know what you're asking, man. I'm wondering if I need to do full API documentation of my library in the README, or if I can actually use the centralized resource. That's it. That's all we're talking about, man. So yeah, so far I think it's only the 3. Any C# developers out there know of anything like that? So yeah, I think we're close with the C# there then, which is fine. All right, let's look at the full list. The Elixir will want to actually just use their documentation stuff because they do have a centralized repository, which is nice. Means less stuff we have to do in here. Go, I think there is, which is fine. JavaScript does not. Yeah. The README is, all we're trying to decide is if I need to put my API documentation in the README. Or can I link out to the official source? That's it. That's all we're trying to figure out for all of these languages. No, Jupyter is not the centralized repository. Again, Ryuji. We're looking for the equivalent in other languages to docs.rs, which is a centralized website you can publish your documentation to, or hexdocs, which is for Elixir. Again, this is not a website I own or anybody owns, but if you make a library for these languages and publish to Hex or their repo, and you automatically follow their patterns, it gets automatically published here. We're looking for languages that have that. That's fine, right? But man, like, damn, man. If you don't understand, don't suggest. You can ask questions, sure, but honestly, man. All right, it's like Donnie in The Big Lebowski chiming in, "I am the walrus." Not that Lenin, man. But yeah, so far as I can think of it, there's really only the 3 main ones then, right? Go, Rust, and Elixir have the centralized repository. What about OCaml? No, Donnie didn't pee on our rug. Woo peed on our rug. Okay, so ODoc. That's a big one. Yeah, we don't need to quote the parts that are problematic. Sorry, they're nonprofits. I'm gonna say, nah. You're quoting the part that basically says it's not okay to say. Like, come on, man. So overview, no docs. Okay, hold on. So no docs for ODoc. It does really seem like for OCaml, we'd want to link out to these official docs. So OCaml will end up having somewhat official docs too. Can you do latest in the URL? You can. Nice. Okay, cool. So we uncovered the fact that OCaml would have something like that. So documenting it would be useful. Yeah. So let's double check on Packagist and PyPy, just in case. Right? Good call, defy us all. We should double check. What's the library? Guzzle. All right, so we see the README below. Yeah, documentation is always basically self-hosted. Okay, so not the problem there. We'll want to document it within the README there. And then PyPy. What's the JSON library for Python? Like, what's a good one? I'm spacing on it. We could go look at our code. Yeah, let me go look. Pydantic. Ooh, that's not it, but okay, whatever, it's fine. What was the one I was thinking of? Is it Flake 8? No, that's a... Oh, dev packages. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. So, no. Hold on. Arrow? I think Arrow might be it? No, Arrow's the time library, right? Yeah. So it's got to be Pydantic. Interesting. The description really didn't help that much. But yeah, if we look at it, docs.pydantic.dev, so Python doesn't do that either. All right, so 4 of the 8 that we have. That's good. It means that the Go, the JS, and the Kotlin that we've done already are good to go. So then from there, PHP and Python, we need to port over in the same way we're doing here in our README. And then after that, we got to figure out actually how to like document our other stuff. Yeah, it's about time to finish up here. About time to get into gaming. I need to get some food in my belly too. We've been going for a while. It's a good solid long stream, 7 hours. So yeah, I just want to make sure we had like a good frame of reference. We will most likely be digging into this. I really want to finish this up, but yeah, it might be Saturday, because I think Friday I want to do like a bit of a hack thing. Who to go raid? Yeah, we didn't end soon enough to raid Theo. Yeah, how about Acorn? So we're gonna go raid Acorn. And yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a really good day today. Awesome shout out to Adam Learns Live again. Really awesome. We'll probably be doing our submission to his code jam on Friday, and hopefully we can finish it on Friday. That way I don't have to spend more than a day on it. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, should be fun. Should be fun. We got way more stuff to do for Vexilla, though. So yeah, hoping that we can jump back into what we were just doing on Saturday and hopefully finish up a lot of that documentation stuff. I will not be streaming tomorrow because I got to drive into Seattle for a thing. They couldn't book anything in the morning, so afternoon it is. No, different code jam. This one's for Adam Learns Live. I don't have the link handy right now, but if you show up tomorrow, I can give you a link. Or not tomorrow, Friday. Show up on Friday, I'll have the link ready for you. So let's go say hi to Acorn. I'll see you guys soon. See you over on gaming.